Why, hello there. Are you turned on? Yes, you're on. Okay. Let's go. Adjust that a little. Make sure this is good. Make sure this is good. Or as good as can be, anyway. Seems to be. Alright. And then... I'm gonna say that I forgot to turn that onto silence. That is apparently not working. Cool. Do. Apparently ping card is asleep again, so we'll need to fix that. The old-fashioned way. Before we get rocking and rolling here. Bum, 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 bum. You. Okay. Now, we have some stuff and also some things to do. And we're going to begin with that. Okay. So, we have this here. Oops, not you. Main is where we want to be today. We need to fix these tasks. But also, we need to working on getting this working correctly when there's no connections in here, right? We need to explicitly, right now they're filled with nothing, right? We need to explicitly fill them with a null. Only when they're not valid anymore. And then we need to have the UI reflect that these are empty now. So there's that. And my camera has gone all blurry, so we're going to fix that really quick too. It has forgotten to focus. There we go. All right. So we actually got to kind of think about that too. How are we going to represent this in the UI, right? And I guess we could add a flag to them because we have a flag for marked for deletion. And we could add like a is empty flag or something. But we might also be able to say if these fields are empty, I'm worried about that being a bad idea for the purpose of loading from a file. You'd have to check every field, and at that point you might as well just have a flag, right? Okay, let's think about that a little bit. But what if this... We're not using that right now, I don't think. Get connections, update item, delete item. Oh, it's not even this, it's not the models that have... It's not the tile models that have it. It's the connection data that has the... That's fine. Yeah, that's okay. Because they'll still have a connection model. It'll just be empty. We have delete connection, which just nulls them. But where all are you used? I think only here, right? Update room. Oh, no, you're... Okay. So we essentially... Delete connection and delete room. This needs to become like... clear connection. Right? And then we need... We have clear connection tile. Who's using you? Clear connection, update room, and delete connection all use you. And that's fine. Clear connection tile, clear connection. Clear connection tile, clear connection. Which kind of makes me think this should just live in here. We ditch you. Then we only need to call one in both of those places, right? And then we kind of make a little bit more room in the like the naming scheme, more or less, right? For things that don't sound quite so similar. That's fine still. So clear connection. We have update connection tile data. We have update connection data. Who uses you? Update room uses you. Load map uses you. And update tile uses you. Connection data, tile data. Tile data. This might be okay. But we could also just pull this out. Because we already have this helper to set it, right? This just becomes connection data, right? Oop. This becomes the same deal, except for it's this connection here. And then we have one more up here for update connection data. Like, why don't we just do this here? Oop. Connection update. Got distracted. What happened there? There we go. And then in update room, we just need to update connection data. It handles updating the tile for us. We update that, update that. Seems reasonable, I suppose. Okay. Now our tests should be in the same state that they were in, which is where things that write a bad ID are failing because they actually did the write, and things expecting a connection length will be wrong because we're not deleting them anymore. We still need to fix them, but that's the expected state that we're in here still. So deleted, it's not null. 2 connections remaining. It's been overwritten. Remove, yeah. Remove. all of these removes still have an instance of connection data. Okay. That's good in the sense of it's what we expect, right? Now, we do still need this delete helper idea. For when things are, when a tile's deleted. And I think delete connection clears it. This is actually going to become delete connection clears you, and then do you live here? What we really need to do is the clear, but also we still remove you from the tables because you're going to be empty. This is going to be no, that's fine. They won't live on the room datas. They'll live in the UI, essentially. In the model we have in memory here. Which is correct, because that exists for UI purposes. There's no actual object that needs to be written to the file, right? So they only exist, because the connection tiles don't really exist. They're only for the UI. The connection data lives on the rooms. So all of this can stay. We just need to add to it. And we actually have connection data. Oh, because it's a tile that has delete item. That's why that. Which is why we get the parent. And then figure out the vector 2. So we almost need So we switch there. We almost need one that has like the same signature here. Right. And then our connection location and parent offset, we can both do the same way. And this all actually is the same too. Except instead of... Nope, I didn't quite copy all of that. And yes, we're copying. We're going to clean that up in a second. Because we still need a parent offset location switch here to figure out which tile we're looking at. But instead of update, delete item. And data can't be null in this one. Okay. So we can actually replace... Okay, we need to get... get connection tile offset. And then we take... We're going to make these name params as well. Let me get those. They're both going to be required for this function to work. And then we're going to pull basically all of this out into this function. We can replace... hang on. Return that. We can replace this with our other helper. Well, I guess we can't. Are you actually being used? Or did we forget about you? Okay, we do use you a couple times. That's fine. We can't really reuse that because then we'd have to take the whole connection object and... Like, we could. But we found that it made the API awkward to consume up here. But... This becomes... Oops. Do. This. We give you parent location, we give you target vector. That replaces all of this. Oop. What? Oh. Multi-cursor came up? What the hell is it doing that for? Do I have a key stuck on? That was weird. Okay, hang on. I don't know what I hit. Hopefully restarting will turn that mode off because it's annoying. If not, I'll have to go figure out. Okay, there we go. Good. Perfect. That was weird. Okay, this also gets replaced. Like so. Need the equals key though. That'll replace all of that. I guess this will have to be logging that instead in the case of an error. Or logging but returning. We'll have to do the same thing. Here. Which is fine. Okay, that cleans that up a lot. Don't have quite so many duplicates. My window is too small here. Okay. Now we need to use it. In our delete. The origin vector to the destination. This shouldn't take data. We need to go remove that. Ooh. Well, if this takes a vector instead, then we'd have to determine the vector of the thing. We have a target vector, then it gets confusing because the target vector is not the same as the connection vector. That's the origin to that. But if we're in this tile trying to delete, well, is it actually going to be the same? I think it actually is. Just by complete accident, it will be. So if we modify instead of delete item, delete connection. Delete connection for vector. And then this instead takes a vector. We need to go fix these, which is fine. We just switch on that. Wait. Oh. I would need to do it for direction. But coordinate can be equal to this constant of type direction. Because in coordinates, is there a way in Dart to set this up kind of like you can in Go? I can. Oh. Well, crap, this is going to break a bunch of stuff, but I should be able to do this. And then except for how did they feel like they're missing a piece here. Oh, there it is. That's I had it in the wrong direction. I need that there. Missed a space bar there. There we go. We'll leave these other guys in place for a second just to see. East is 1-0. Just to see how this feels to consume. Because it's become non-intuitive, as we just discovered. South, southwest. West. Northwest. And then we actually do have one more for our 0 value. Missing a paren. And then if we do that, they still don't. Coordinates still aren't. That needs to go away. Oh, you know what? Except, bet you those are stepping on one another. That's still. Yeah, we still can't do equality between a vector or a coordinate and a direction. So we'd have to do. We'd have to delete, take a direction to delete. Okay. So since that didn't give us anything really, we'll just roll that back and keep it simple. And that leaves these as coordinates, so they can be matched at least on coordinates. Oh! This. That's why we did that. We're going to take care of that not being a thing we care about anymore. Just take it right out. And then this is now just vector. Okay. That's where we're going to hang out for now on that. So now this doesn't take data. This takes target vector. Like so for our delete. We just need to go fix our other connections. In the same way. These guys. Oops, forgot. that. And then that goes away. Those two go away. That's going to go away. That's just vector now. Do the same with horizontal real quick. You're already open over here. Get you over here. Let's spell it correctly, you know, just for fun. Like so. Get rid of these. Get rid of that. That. Okay. And then delete gets that. You get that. Up here in delete connection, we call tile delete connection on the tile data. We call it delete connection tile data. And then we also need to do this on deleting a room. And I'm wondering, we still need to clear here, because clear is going to remove it from the tables. Otherwise, we'd have to either take a connection in our delete and then call clear within it, or do all this same work in there. I think calling the two is the lesser of two evils here. So I'm just gonna roll with it. Oh yeah, I gotta fix all these too. Crap. Crap, crap, crap. Okay. We have a connection vector helper. Oh, except for that. Okay. Connection vector helper. I don't know why I didn't do that sooner. Direction could be useful as well, but I really want the vector here. Because then we can use it here. And here. Look at us using the tools we made ourselves. One more. What happens when you do little stuff here and there. And this now we need to fix up. That's fine. Might even just get rid of that enum. I'll have to see. This is going to be broken in all of these guys. Okay. Not connection. Coordinate. Silly me. Okay. Now let's go fix our tests. Because they're all gonna be broken. And we just need, the connection vector. Okay. Y'all should be passing meow. We are. Good. Let's go fix diagonal, I suppose. Like so. Perfect. And then vertical will also need the same treatment. Do. Like so. Okay, those are passing. I think we're done with that for now. I think we're done with that for now. Wait, what is that? Did I accidentally double click? I think so. Okay. Okay. Now we're back to these guys here. And that has fixed the remove tests because we actually removed them when we removed them, right? We have other things that are failing now, though. We didn't update the intermessage. Okay. Update. We also need to do that. We need to go check in update room. Clear connection. Well, no, that's not true. The room still exists, so we don't delete it. We just clear it still. This is a test failure. Well, this is a test that needs to be fixed because it shouldn't be null anymore. It should be an empty, which, yes, we need to do that. We need to go to our connection model. Um, I would have to require you, which would kind of suck. Or I could make you nullable. But then I have to check every time I check. I could do a private with a getter. That's probably the most sane answer. Um, can't do that. There is, there's an is nil. Let's see, and all right. Well, origin and destination don't get emptied. So transit enter is not empty. Transit exit is not empty. Exit description is not empty. If that's not null, and that's not null. Do I want to do that? That's backwards. We want to allow that to be null. You're not required to have those. So that's a bad one. We're about to have ads over on Twitch, so I'm going to use the restroom really quick while that happens. I think that the 3 text fields being mandatory for a valid connection is probably okay. And it has to have an ID. I think I'm okay with that. And then I don't have to manage that. It manages itself. Yeah. It says ad starting soon. There it goes. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. More better. Let's go. I think we're done with that for a second. Okay. So let's see how this feels to use. When we do our test here, this one, we expect instead of a null here, we're actually going to expect target connection tile dot right. Hang on. Connection deleted. Last connection. Hang on. Where am I failing here? Target connection tile, last connection origin, vector 2. This could actually be this guy should be that, right? Yeah. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, because this pulls out. Okay, so we don't need that in this one anymore. Let's see. We just need to say, because this takes a look at the vector. Because we have access to the tile here. You... What if we add... What if we add something that'll help us do this? We can pull one connection out of there. It won't be void, though. It'll be a nullable connection data. And then these fellas here, we're going to say we're going to switch on the vector still. If it's north, return north connection. south, return south connection, default, return null. And then except for you are horizontal, so it'll be east and west. And we'll probably want to write tests around these. Southeast. Southwest. And then let's do our testing really quick on these guys. Let's see here. We can basically borrow this whole test. Test get connection to vector. We can put them both in the same test. That's fine. It's simple enough. We don't delete you though. We expect connection to vector east to equal test east connection. Same thing here. Like so. Just to make sure we didn't mess anything up along the way. And then let's also make sure we return null. Okay, perfect. All well. We'll need to do... That was a horizontal. Diagonal test. Way more things to test in here, but this one we can lump in together too. It's not that big of a huge deal here. That's what we did before. And then instead of deleting, it'll be equal to this, ideally. Connection to vector. Coordinate like so. Oop. I'm just gonna throw stuff. It's good for it. We'll need our same line here. North is fine for this one as well. Perfect. Diagonal and then horizontal. We already did horizontal. Vertical. Vertical. Cast. Get connection to vector. Don't delete you. Instead, this connection to vector. Coordinates like so. Oop. That guy, except for north, won't be it. All right. Easy enough. Now, that's fine. Now in here, we can say ooh, except for that's going to be a connection tile. Wait. Yeah. Oh, it's because I forgot. Get connection to vector. And we should have... last connection vector. And then what did I call you? Empty. And that can't be null. Okay. So that is going to replace this in this test. Like so. Perfect. Now we need to do the same to the other ones where we deleted stuff to check correctly. These changed ones we'll have to address in a different way. Changed. Hang on. Bad ID. Do I not have... If remove... We have our helpers. I guess that's the only one I had that... Oh, yeah, okay, of course it does, because these others are more concerned with the different flavors. Just a room. Hi, could you help me to choose first language? I want to create bots. Backend, I think between TypeScript or Go. Go. That's what I would do. All right, now these guys that are changed. What did we break? We expected an empty. And we got... Why did we expect it to be empty? Oh, okay, yeah, because it's a diff. So we didn't, in this case... Do you think TypeScript is only good for front end? Yes. The whole Node JavaScript ecosystem disgusts me. Your mileage may vary. So it didn't get updated is basically what this is saying here. So we need to look at that. This we need to fix. And if we spell it correctly, it'll work better. Is that by chance the actual problem? It is. Okay. We need to just go fix that up because the connection vector, we changed that. That's good. What else do we got going on here? New connection being added. We had a diff in places we did not expect. Update data, connections at I. And we should do, for readability, wait, hang on. Here we go. Is that the one that's failing? Index 2 differs. And because you are... I've got my... So it's a 3x3, which actually becomes a 5x5 in the test map. This is not the test map, but for visual purposes, it's easier to look at. So we did 1, 2. So 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. So it's this one here, which makes sense. And the index 2 differs from expected. That should be the west? So why is the west different? That's perplexing. What did I mess up? Those are for sure different. Okay, let's go take a looky look. Ah. We messed that up. Betcha. Yep, okay. Change the wrong things, then they don't equal what we expect them to. Imagine that. So what I'm hearing here... not the test. Is there even any value in this? We have direction 2. Does anybody use you anymore? Oh, yeah. Yeah, we do. Okay. I suppose. Vector 2 is much more heavily used, but direction is a thing. We could do like a 2-direction thing, but I don't think I want to, unless I find a good reason. What we're just gonna do here is find these, which is only 5 of them, and swap them out. Oops. Because now we return a coordinate instead of a direction. And then we're going to find out if anything still fails. Bad ID fails, but we expect that. And then these guys we'll have to dig into a little bit more. Okay. So bad ID should now be allowed. We took out the checking for that. And it's not really bad ID. It's new ID now. This all goes away. We don't expect that anymore. We grab the parent. And this is now well, hang on. Incorrect connection tile. But you're already target. Oh, you know what we did? You know what this is going to be? It's going to be the same as this test now. This whole thing we can just chuck and replace. I'm going to say connection ID changed, and in here, we're going to say we're going to create a new ID. Instead of reusing the North ID, new ID comes in. And then when we do our diffin, update tile, we can do that, but we also expect south data didn't change, north data. That's fine. Expect updated tile, the UUID. Why don't I have... Oh, right. We need to get... Yeah, we can just look at the north data, because we're specifically targeting him, so it's not too fragile. Updated tile, north connection, UUID equals, just this. You can't be null. You can't be null. And you're going to be expected to be equal to the new ID. Like so. Except for you're not. No, we still check that. Really? Thought we took all that out. We didn't yet. We need to take it all out, because if we create a placeholder that lives there, then we can't update it anymore in this case. So that's going to simplify this a whole lot. We just need to say in here, we look at the parent connection in there. If parent connection UUID is equal to ooh, wait, hang on. We do still need this I loop. Because we need to replace it at the index. This right here is the only one we need now. If the UUIDs match, then we set that and we set you to true. We don't actually need any of this other stuff anymore. We can break still. And we still do need to close that. There. And then if it was updated, or if it wasn't updated, we need to create a new. Otherwise, we just do the connection tile data. Okay. There we go. So the vertical one. Wait, are you not? Expected 8, actual 9. Oh, yes. Wait. Those should not have changed length. Oh. That's right. We can't go, duh. We can't go off the UUIDs. We have to go off the vectors. Derp. Rest of that's still okay. We can still break. It can still do that. Otherwise, we add extras. We don't want that. There we go. Vertical fixed. We skipped horizontal somehow. That's fine. Connection ID changed for horizontal. From string, UUID, v4. New ID. And then our we did that up top here. That probably still makes sense. Except for this is going to be west connection. Okay. Date. Horizontal tile connection ID changed. Why aren't you green? You should be green. You're green here. Fix yourself. Okay. Now these other guys, what's going on with them? Updated transit enter message wasn't applied. Oh, we got to do one more. We got to do the other diagonal, or the other ID changed, which is going to be the diagonal. Which actually, if we need to get these passing first because we're going to borrow one. Okay. So this didn't get updated. And that's because I thought we replaced all of you. Ah, it's because it was on the new line. There we go. Now I bet you they pass. Should just be one now. Yes, good. Just collapse these real quick, tidy things up a little bit. And then you will borrow the northeast fella. Tile connection ID changed. Make sure that all of our classes that implement the base handle it correctly. All right. Update data. Date value. New ID. From string. UID v4. New ID. And then down here. If I could type, we expect updated tile, northeast connection, UUID, new ID, U. We good? I hope we're good. We're so good. Okay. Now, that should be okay for that. We need to... We need to test the nulling. Because we added that behavior, right? So... that should only happen... Find usages. What uses delete connection? Delete selected tile. This should actually be... Oop. Because we don't delete them in this case. And... we don't delete the connection unless... delete the room. Just clear it. Okay. That should be correct. And then... this should not be here. Whoops. Because again, we're just clearing. This should be the only place we delete. Okay. Did I break anything? I did. Because these shouldn't be null. Okay. Instead, we expect that these guys... this. we expect this. We actually just expect you to be empty. And you can't be null. And then this, same deal. Holy cow. If I could type true. And then you as well. Actually, that should just be that, right? Yeah. I think. No, I do need to call it. Have I messed up the definition of that? It's not that. It's connection data. That goes away, actually. That should be that. That'll be much nicer to consume. That. And that. That guy's just stuck in the UI. That's updated. That's updated. This one we deleted south, yes. How many characters? There we go. All right. Couple more here. Empty, true. Northwest. Right. Oh, I'm done, I think. Let's see. I missed something in Northeast. And I did miss Northwest. Must have got distracted. Do all that. Like so. There we go. That's much more better. Okay. All those are passing meow. The delete, though. Do we even test delete yet? No, we did not. Wait, yeah, we do. Remove room tile, right here. So here, we do go through and make sure there's no connections. Well, that should be failing. The fact that it's not leads me to believe we have failed to actually delete tiles. Delete room. Get our connections. Clear them, delete them. What have I overlooked? So if we go and look at vector, connection count is 0. Test controller map at vector, which is 2, 1. They both annulled. So that's what they should be. And then the connection count is 0. Get connections. The you're 0. Well, no, that's correct. Yeah. Duh. You should be no. So we're good. Because it used to null everything. But now that remains. So we're good. I don't know why I can't shake this last little bit of a cough from that last cold I had. I think we're down to just doing UI work to represent them better. Stop that. We're done with that. We need to rerun main. And if I delete you, those all go away. But if I delete that, they're still here, but this one down here is empty. Okay, so we're good there. So we just need to fix up the UI. So, let me get a beverage, and I'll be right back. All right. Open this up. Take a swiggy swig. So, let's do a commit for this. It's a whole bunch of work. And I probably should have broken it up better. But I'm not going to. Oh yeah, then we had the stash in there. That was for the on-click, so we're good there still. Refactor map controller to clear data in connections, but not null them unless we deleted the room. They would connect to Um, add a getter to connections to help determine if they are empty or not. Make coordinates a little nicer to work with. Refine map controller helpers to be less similar and more friendly. Whole bunch of goodies. Okay, there we go. Big old commit. In the books. All right. Now, UI-wise. The other thing is we need these guys, so he should no longer have a west. And it's accurate. Okay. It's only these fellas here. Oh, wait, no. So if I was to delete this, let's just say. Okay, fair enough. He should no longer have a northeast, but he's going to. It's... Wait, no, northwest, sorry. Northwest? Ooh, that didn't get cleared out. Crap. Oh, because it's southeast. This one. This no longer has southeast. Okay. This, northwest. I deleted the wrong one in my... We'll need to fix that to where they hide them. And we won't need to do that anymore. We'll do something else. So then northwest goes away. Okay, so that's correct. When we delete these, we need to replace them with the placeholder that we need to develop, right? Yeah. So, we're done in here for now, I think. All that, I think we're good with for now. We need to open you. The, not room tile. These fellas. Except for it's actually not. Right now. It is. Because these guys... if they're not null and not empty. Up here. Diagonal needs the same treatment. Wait. Wrong widget. You're not nullable in horizontal, nor should you really be nullable. that. And that. You shouldn't be nullable. Oop. Perfect. You don't forget to negate that. One more of those. I forgot to do required up here. All right, that fixes our dealio there. So that you don't think they're connected at a glance to the UI here, right? Yeah, that's the same width. I'm just going insane. Don't display connected arrows in the UI if the connection is empty. This should be map tile UI. Now, the form stuff. That's going to be over here. It'll actually be easier to get to. Tile data sidebar, connection data form. So here we need to cook up something. Right here. We don't want it to be null, but that's going to fix that problem, right? We do want it to be something else, though. We could do basically the same thing. Let's just copy for the sake of seeing how we like it, right? And then we can see about doing something a little nicer. There would be no icon here to indicate that it could be expanded, right? It would make any sense. And it wouldn't actually do anything on pressed. Well, that's not true. It would still need to expand so that you could fill it in if you wanted to do it manually. And it wouldn't be label text, though. It would be something like empty me just do that for a test. So that would be like that. Except for... Why didn't you expand it? Hmm. Because it doesn't even have you in there. So we'd have to reorder that a little bit if we want to go this route. Do I want to go that route? Essentially, we would end up doing... this. And then we'd have to do... basically just a label text here. So if... well, hang on. Because that's going to... we handle nulls correctly. We just need to handle... yeah, we can still... that's still fine. So... this becomes... what were you? Data. This is our else case. This is... that would be that. We need to update our label text, actually, is what we need to do. Because I forgot we used it. That's why you're a variable. It's because we use it both places. Do that. like so. So that when you expand it, it's still like so. These are still null. That's correct. And then when you delete a connection in here, boop, it'll update that. It should also, I think, collapse that and clear it, just to be clear about what it's going to do. But that comes from up here. But that's going to be tricky because that lives in that parent widget. We are stateful in here, though. So we could actually break this up from being a ternary and we could track it in a variable. And then we could say, did I add extra? Yeah. If we do that, well, I guess we wouldn't need to do that. We could just say, not there. Could we do that? Or is that going to break because it's going to change every time? It won't let me expand it. Oh, that cleared everything. Oh, yeah, because I clicked duh. Then I can't ever expand that, though. Because it happens each time it builds. Which happens when you set that state. But if we Jeez. If we were to register a callback, we could do that. We'd have to change room as well, but that's fine-ish. Why did we do it this way? To avoid getting map state into these, but I think they still are. They're not. Ah, that's why. That's the reason. Maybe I'm just getting a cold again. Maybe that's why I'm coughing. We could... We could pull state into them. The map state into them. That's not the end of the world. I don't remember exactly why I was trying to avoid it. Maybe that was because before we had... No. That ain't it. There was something to do with getting... Oh, we do have state in here. We have map state in here. Oh, no, because... Right. These guys... Because the buttons live out here. So we needed a way to send a signal into them. And we don't know what they are. So we'd have to save, like, the callback. And it was easier just to say, hey, look, I'm going to pass in, tell you what your form key is. I can manipulate you from out here. There's a reset on form state. Interesting. Okay, so let's think about this a different way. Because we know when it's staged for deletion. And we could do something like this. And then so that when you come in here and you're like, hey, ba ba ba, I delete you. And then in our our UI here, stage for deletion, please. Say, hey, if you're scheduled for your stage for deletion, then we do that. I like that, actually. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. And we still get that behavior. That's all good still. Heck yeah. Let's do that. Make the connection form, display empty placeholders for connections are empty. Deleted placeholders, connections staged for deletion, and no connections for nulls. Oop. Okay. That'll take care of that part. Now, we need to go back to handling drag and drop. Now that we've got the bits and pieces in place to support such a thing. So it's going to be essentially everybody, all of these will be drop targets. Connection template form. Template bar, there you are. So we've got this part squared away. It's ready for connections. I need to rebuild. Connections. It's ready to drag and drop. Just needs targets. So these are going to end up being targets for the connections. The first ones. All right. And then we need docks again on the drop target. It's kind of what sent us down this whole mission here. Okay, there's that. Drop target. Here we go. Or drag target, rather. Wait, no. It should be... draggable. Yeah, drag target. And I think... Ooh. Wait a second. Hang on. Yeah, I need to put them on both of these. Because they should both be drag targets. They can use the same logic. That goes around it. This needs a builder, which takes build context, and then we decided it was a list of the type. No. Yes. But nullable. Which is candidate items, and the same also nullable rejected items, right? Then we need that. Goes around the whole thing. Goes down to the other. Where are you at? You get on a row. Missing. Or I have extra. Need you to be imported, please. Gesture detector ends there. Gesture detector. Should be that one, I think. Drag target. Is this open source? No. I literally just said no. It's not open source. Not right now. Oh, that's wrong. That should be a comma. No, it shouldn't, because it's an else. Gesture detector. Drag target connection template. Builder. Whoop. Let's see, return, gesture detector. That's all correct as far as that goes. Why are you mad about this? So it got to do, are these incorrect again? Are these not the right types? Would seem so. Okay. But I thought... Oh, because I'm dumb. That's why. I just specified them the incorrect way. Is this not correct for rejected items? What are you supposed to be then? You're a list dynamic. Really? Really? Is that because you just have to be... like allowed to filter things? But if this has a type, then why wouldn't it be that? I don't know. It's interesting. Okay. So, back to our docs over here. Let's take a little look-see. So this is just a property of drag target. So on accept with details. When user drops a draggable on the drag target widget, this is invoked. Okay. And details holds the thing you dropped. So, in theory, just collapse that real quick. This should print out like instance of connection template, right? So, boop. Didn't work. Because I did the expanded one. There we go. Okay. So we also need something like this. Let's call it that. So if we go ahead and do that, we need the same builder around you so that when they're collapsed, they can still drag. Am I still missing one? No? Just have an extra one somehow. Okay. And then it needs the same on except with draggables. Or with details, rather. And I think I want to put that up above just because otherwise it's going to get buried under the widgets when they're expanded. So like so. And now we need to do the highlighting still. But we should get our printout. Got it there. Got it there. So. Now. Got two things that we need to do. We get the highlight for free because those are buttons. This is not a button anymore at this point. We have just created a widget. At the top. But what if we did use a button? Would that make sense? Maybe. We still put you in a row. We do a center align there. expanded you. I think we might be able to get away with it. We won't need that. We can simplify that a little bit, actually. Text. Don't think we need... I think we still need the row. We don't need the expanded anymore, I believe? Wait. Did I paste you in the wrong spot? I think I did. Hang on. Back that up. Snapdragon. Okay, that's fine. So inside of our row, we can take expanded, all of that. And then we can delete what we don't need. Not you. You collapse so that we can see later. And then in here, in our row, think we get away with just this. Assuming I paste the right place. How do we like that? That would put it there. And then we wouldn't need this container, I don't think. Because the button is going to take care of some of that styling for us. You can definitely tell it's got some elevation, because it is a floating button, right? But what if I did 0 elevation on it? That versus... I think it's pretty much the same. Visually. I think it's all right. Gets a little bit taller, but I mean, that doesn't bother me any. Yeah, let's go with that. The icon needs to change, though. Everything's going to be all expanded because I did the Git stuff. There we go. And then in our button that we just put in, I don't know if that gains us anything. I don't think it does. The icon doesn't need to be conditional anymore. It just needs to change to expand less. So that it looks foldy. And then that gives us the ability that highlights. I mean, technically you can drop anywhere. We might still want to do a mouse region or something. Is there anything on drag target for on move? On will accept. On leave. What is on will accept? Oh, deprecated. It's the old form of will accept the details, I guess. On leave is given piece of data being dragged over this target leaves the target. So what is the other side of that? Oh, maybe it's that. Maybe it is. Aha. Okay. So here, and you need to return a bool. Okay. We need to know so we need to know what type of connection template you are. And then except for we can't. That's going to be tricky. Um, Because I don't think we can use get runtime type in a real build. That's why I've been avoiding using it. I found some people saying that you couldn't. And well, actually, this doesn't matter. It just needs to be this. Yeah. We're not concerned. It doesn't. Templates don't have a direction. They just have the information. Duh. So in here, do you automatically? No, you don't. So we'd probably need to do something here. What can I hook into? Can I do this from the... Like, can I get access to this from the Draggable? I would have details, but I don't think that gives me access to the... draggable feedback guy. I guess I can see. I can just do a little old... console debug in here. Won't accept. Okay. But this is the correct thing. I bet you this thing is a little different. Data. Always true. Okay. Interesting. Get data, we get offset. Is that all we get? That's all we get. Okay. So I guess we just don't... We just don't need to check here. We would be able to... We could track that. And then we can do on leave. Yeah, hang on. What do you... You're just a void function. What are you mad about? It does take details. That's what I wasn't doing. And then here, theme of our context, highlight color, sure. Else, it's just null. And did I set state? Yes, I did. So theoretically, yes, good. And then when we do this, we need to make sure we do that as well so that it clears it out. And I probably could do that. Down here. But we need to do something about the button when it's collapsed. Because it just highlights blindly now. Is there... splash color? No. Hero tag. Could do mouse cursor. So it defaults to it's just nullable. So except we don't have... Wait, I just didn't underscore you. Mouse cursor is a mouse cursor. How do I set... Let's see here. Ah. It is system mouse cursors. Copy. What does that look like? Hmm. What does that look like? Starting to think that there are no system mouse cursors. Do you look like anything? No. Oh, actually, duh. I forgot. There's two different drag targets because there are two different widgets that can be in here depending on what state we're in. Which we might change, but while we kind of figure out how we want things to do, we can be a little messy. You, Mr. Drag Target. Oops. Just copied nothing. Cool, cool, cool. Good job. Good job, me. There we go. Now. It does outline the outside, the container. Do you do anything now? You do! Okay, there we go. Now, instead of having you here, I'm going to want you, I think... here. So that it doesn't highlight the background there. It just says, hey, that's a valid drag. And then here it'll highlight that and not above. In both cases, if you're over the button, let's get you to have the cursor. And I don't know. I might need a mouse region here. And then you're just cursor here. And that's the default. Closing paren there. I'm okay with that, I think. That's good feedback. Like, if you're over here, you know, it's fine. Let's go with that for now. We need to get this part done, though, because we don't need that. What I need to do is use the restroom really quick, so I'll be right back. All right, let me go fix this really quick. I don't know why I decided to do that. But we're going to go with that. Okay. Just that. So, we've got the UI feedback decent. Can we do... Well, we'll clean that up in a minute. If we get there today. Right now, let's just get dragging working. So here, this should tell me that this is always going to be true. But I need to do not just draggable, but oh, hang on. It would have to be here. that it would tell me. Because over down there, it's just object. Yeah, that's always going to be... Okay, so we can say... connection template there, right? And skip the checking, which is great. And just say details data. In both places, right? Beautiful. And then what we do here is we set that, but we also do we need to do all of our controllers. And it's going to look kind of like this. And we can't really use the same thing over, I don't think. Because the other one runs off of data. This is going to run off of draggable. Except for connection template doesn't have that. I think must have called it something else. I called it intermessage. That's fine. That's exit message. No, leave. Leave message. Enter message. And then I don't think that's going to fire the changed flag. It did. It did. Okay. Didn't overwrite those though. Why not? We did set state. Those should be changed. Let me reselect. Pick one that doesn't have. That's still. Why does that still say 5? None, none. Sensitive remarks need build call during build. Okay. That's not right. Why did that? And reset doesn't clear that either. Um, this isn't a case where we need to do the set state after, is it? Just an empty one to trigger the update? I don't think so, but it is. Okay. Interesting. That obviously did not work correctly. We would need to do that. I think. Actually, we need to do that always. And then do that. And leave that there, I think. And the same would be true here. So whether or not you're null, you just get, oops, copied in. So you copy a null or you copy one with a value. There we go. Now our reset is a problem still. So if it is null, we need to clear our things, I do believe. Spot DC, skill controller, clear. Spot DC, number controller, clear. I might also have to do something with the selecting. I'm not 100% sure. That might be broken now just because we started with it broken. No, it's not clearing. Oh, you know why? We don't have one with a null. Make one. Oop. That clears that, but not... It didn't save. So we need to double check that everything is filled in here. So if modified is not pending, so make myself a note. To do, We need a delay on the click and drag. Too sensitive when editing text. To do. Need to not drag if we have pending edits. Okay, we can do that. That shouldn't be a problem. So that fixes that. We need to fix up that. And that happens up here. When we don't have anything in there normally. It's showing that. Okay. So we can clear that. That'll be fine. Ooh, will it though? Hang on. We might have to still run this. This part. We'll see. Now we click one that has nothing. It's none and a grayed out empty box. Am I okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay with that, I think. I think that one should actually have stuff, though. Let's come back. Okay, it does, yeah. It got mangled at some point along the way. So then if we come in and we drag in on connections. Why didn't you... There we go. Did I not drag or something? I need one that doesn't have stuff in it. Huh. That's not... Takes 2 drags. And that's not updating. What the heck? And it's not clearing. That's cleared. Okay, yeah, so we do need to do... the what drives the none to be displayed there? Am I forgetting? Connection template. Skill controller. What populates that with none? Where did I put you? I put you somewhere. Would you be in DC? No. Down here, sidebar form field, DC, spot DC, skill selector drop down. It's in here. If skill is null, then we do that. Resolve selected item. So instead of clearing that out, we would need to well, you have a skill controller in you. Spot DC. So here, That's that, but I would just null it and let that widget do its job. But I didn't think it was doing its job. Thus my poking around in here. Let's find out. Maybe I'm mistaken. Been a while since I wrote that widget. Let's just make sure we get a nice new fresh map. So there's that. Be in connections for it to work. None gets set there. So yeah, but also these didn't get updated. Why the hell not? I wonder if it's set state at the end. I wonder if it's the copy width. What would happen if I just did that? Oh. I would need to do this instead. Just for funsies. It still doesn't update. Why not? Put that back since it didn't fix anything. I wonder if this gets refired. I wouldn't think so, but you know, stuff happens. It does fire. Oh. So maybe what I need to do instead is do this. Which would be kind of nicer, right? replace all of that. Theoretically, this should still be wrapped in stat state. That makes the most sense to my brain. Let's make sure we get fresh data in here. No. That ain't good. Can I get render object of inactive element? What? Need to be in connections. Interesting. Is it... Is it these guys? I wonder. I'm noticing this. Because it's an inactive element, right? Meow. Still not updating. Which is odd. Changing depths did fire. Hang on, let me get back. Okay. Oops. Close that. Changing depths fires twice. Why do you... Oh, because of each... There's two in there. Duh. So we should see one more fire happen in here if it's happening. Oh, it's not. That means this widget's gonna have to change. How is it gonna have to change is the question. We can certainly bring that back in. So we've got that. These guys are going to be a question mark for a hot second. Just make sure. Completely rebuild there. A hot restart, but still. And I come in here. Okay, so that worked. First try. Troubles when we switch. Is that related to... Should have cleared that first so we can have a clean console. So I change a thing and I don't see it there. It retained it though. Why would that be? You're not supposed to be saving changes in between clicking things. What have I messed up? We clear you. We clone you. We didn't do that. We didn't clone you. Clone. Connection. That should fix that. Theory. So if I come in here and I do west, I go blah, blah, blah. Still through that error. But the blah, blah is not retained, which is correct. It should not be retained. And I bet that that is partially what's going on here. Now my refresh works. We still got to figure out what that error, why it's throwing that error, but that's an improvement. Oh. The this has to come back though. Does that immediately break all of my everything? No, does not. These are broken. Let me rebuild. So all that is working. These are still broken though. And we got to figure out what didn't do it that time. Is it just because I didn't do a full hot rebuild? Maybe. Maybe. We'll have to keep an eye on that and see if it comes back or not. So we just need to get this working correctly. I think this is still the correct approach. I hope. So you didn't get updated. That's a problem. The numbers did. Well, now you got updated. And then we have inactive element problems again. Okay. So. Editable text, notifier. All of that is in the Dart stuff. Well, damn it. Okay, so we need to name doesn't get updated. I should say DC name doesn't get updated. Fix that. To do errors about inactive element. What's the exact errors? Cannot get render object of inactive elements. The number spinner when not active. Fix that. To do DC's not updated on first drop, question mark? Investigate. That will be where we start off tomorrow, because it's been just about 4 hours. And, oh, we just dropped into an ad break. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. We'll sign off after, just so everybody knows what's up. That's really weird that these aren't. It's because of this. I bet. What if I manually cleared them? Just for funsies. I manually reset you to 0. What would happen? I need to pick one that doesn't have datas. You still don't, and that's because it needs to be done up here as well for the resetting. And that might also be a problem in the text fields, right? There you go. That. But it didn't clear those. And it started to throw these. Interesting. Okay. I think changing these, I bet you that's what's giving us that error. So we gotta handle, I think this widget needs to change in here. The spinners. DC widget needs to handle null IDs better. ID DC null data field. We're going to take this out just because I don't want to forget it and get tripped over it later. In both places. Because if we're going to lean on that widget to be smart, then it needs to be smart. And currently, it's not super smart. Because we do skill selector, we give you all that. We give you your skill controller. But if you're null, you don't get any updates. But they should. That should work, assuming this widget works correctly, which is probably where the error is. Because it works on first load. None, etc. Put you in here. That doesn't get updated, so that's got to get fixed. Well, actually, does it do it? It does it on the second one, which is not right. Something about their state is probably wrong. Because that gets updated. Let's pick on another guy. That worked. But then restoring didn't work. This is 3-3 and 2-3. So if I click up here and then back down here, the number is stuck, but the DC goes back to none. So this state isn't getting updated correctly. And this isn't getting set correctly. But we're not throwing those errors. Yeah. We're going to have to dig into that a little bit. But that's a job for tomorrow, because I've been going for 4 hours now. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out. It was good to see those of you who have seen before, and it was good to meet those of you who are new. If you like this kind of thing, I do it for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So tomorrow, right? Is it Sunday? I think it's Sunday. My days are all messed up. It is Sunday. So tomorrow, I'll be back here again doing the same thing at about 10 a.m. Central Time. So come back and see me if you like this kind of thing. I'd love to see you. If not, you guys have yourselves